Well, and welcome back. Welcome back to the 2026 Certified Master Chef's exam. And yes, we've had an exciting week, and I'm going to catch you up on a few details that hopefully we're not going to expect, but they happen, and we're going to talk a bit about that, so you can bring you up to date as to what's going on with our extended day 6. I am Certified Master Chef Kevin Goronsky, bringing this live to you right now, and we're on day 6. And why are we on day 6? First of all, the rules state that if you complete all 5 segments and you're successful with an average score of 80 on the last day, you pass. And we were very fortunate to have one of our candidates yesterday. As you know, we started out with 3, and one yesterday was successful on completing all of those and hitting that score mark. And I want a big shout out to Chef Louise Young, who passed everything yesterday and has successfully gone on to become our first certified master chef since 2022, since Chef Drew Says acquired that back then. Yes, it's been a little while, but we also have to remember we endured COVID during the time shortly thereafter, and then now we have brought back the development of the new style, the new test, which I'm very pleased to say has been very successful. And then now for the other 2 candidates, Chef Anthony Jung, as the rules state, you have 5 segments. If you miss the scoring mark on any one of them, you're allowed to repeat it or take it over. Chef Jung, I'm sorry to say, did not pass 2 of them, so he's going to have to come back and take the entire test over. I have watched him work before, and I think it's just very safe to say he is qualified to do this and qualified to make it, but just had a bad day in showcasing that. And those things happen. Believe me, I know personally. I had the same situation happen to me back in 1993 when I first took the test. I went through that, missed 2 segments, and had to come back and take the whole thing over again. But it built character. And I'm quite a character, believe me. So with that, he said, I didn't showcase my best work. I'm ready to come back, and I think we'll be having the next test, and I really want to showcase what I know and what I can really do. And I admired him for that statement, and we are definitely looking forward to seeing Chef Jung coming back to do that. So, but in the other case, if you miss one, the rules state that you can come back and repeat that one, and then you will then become a certified master chef if you complete it successfully. Well, Chef Gio is our 3rd candidate. Chef Gio said, Lanez said, "Okay, chef, I'm ready. I've got everything set up here." He missed out on his classical, and he has been given a completely new menu in classical, and he's obviously, as you can see, in the kitchen right now, preparing to redo classical cooking. So now what happens here is he has the same time frame, everything going forward. So what we'll have here is he's going to have classical. They gave him a new menu. The new menu he has, which will be, yesterday he had different consommé. Today he has a consommé du Berry. He has a different sole today. He has a completely different meat today. He's using chicken today as opposed to tenderloin. And as you recall from the other assignment, part of that menu is they get the choice for their souffle, either to use a savory to start out with, or to use a savory as a sweet. Again, he's gone back to using savory as a starter. A savory. He's going to use a Parmesan cheese savory souffle to start out his menu. Now we'll kind of walk through his menu a little bit, but again, want to make sure everybody's clear on where we are. This is day 6. This is a retake part of the exam, and believe me, I know this because as I said before, I had to take the complete exam over a second time, and I wasn't quite ready for it the first time. So that was or you again have a bad day and just things don't click, but those are everybody has those days. So it was wonderful to see all 3 candidates perform as well as they did. I mean, believe me, The performance in the kitchen was extremely admirable on all three of our candidates. So as we go through, to let you know, we still have the same format. We will have the floor judges. We had many of them changing their flights to get out of here, but that's okay. They were happy to do so. And we have our floor judges, then we'll have our tasting judges. So the format is the same. Everything is the same as it was previously for classical. Now, classical is a tough one. It is. You know, sometimes where we miss the boat or miss our boat on the completion of that properly is we need to understand what classical cuisine and as the rules clearly state, based on the fundamentals of Escoffier, the candidate must demonstrate the ability to understand, interpret, and execute the philosophy of classical cuisine as outlined in Les Guides Culinaires. Now, these, again, in that book, that's a classic book that was written by Escoffier back in I think it was just before 1926. Or no, before that, 1903 actually, when it goes back. Now, that's amazing. But if you think about that by comparison, it's no different than looking at world cuisine. Now, you had a recipe that went back almost 1,000 years with goulash. This is no different, but in that case of respecting what was a culture to here is a classic. And the classics mean that these are designed to hold and over time, and they have held over time. Now, Chef Escoffier said himself in his book that there will be change. There will be need for change as we move forward. Yes, there is some change, and we'll be talking a little bit about those as we go through. His attempt to pass this second time around, and I have all the faith that he will do exactly that. But some of those points is, you know, we're not going to have you go back in time where, if according to Le Guide, for his consommé today, if you take Le Guide, he would actually have you making a bouillon, a white bouillon, to start out this ordinary consommé that he's making, and that's called consommé ordinaire. And then from there, you will develop flavor profiles or garnish profiles to exact or replicate the specific soup that he's being required to do today. But again, we don't need to see them spend 12 to 15 hours making a bouillon beforehand. So we will give them a rich fortified stock to start with, and then we'll see how they handle it from that point. We're going to take 1 day's elimination out of that process. Again, going back to what is required or what would be Escoffier's way of preparing for this particular menu. So there will be some other items in there. Again, we're going to give them, for the sauce making, a pre-made stock that will give them a little edge up. Now, they have to take that stock and develop it and fortify it and finish it according to Le Guide. So we have shortened the process in that way, but that's it. Everybody has the same method or same process, and everybody has the same types of stocks going forward. Here we go. All right, so now same thing. As I said before, he's going to start out with his menu today. He's going to use this choice as a Parmesan cheese souffle. Then following that, he's going to have a consommé du Berry. Now this is a nice light beef consommé, thickened again with tapioca. Now again, the idea of the tapioca is to create a little more of a texture in the consommé without losing any of the clarity, so that it has more of a palate coating and you retain that flavor more on your tongue. And then this will be garnished with a cauliflower royale, which is a custard, and a little florets of cauliflower, and a little chervil pluches as a finished garnish. Then he'll do a filet of sole aux moules, which is a poached Dover sole, much like yesterday, but today he will be using mussels as his garnish for that. And sauce normande. And as we move forward, I'll tell you some of the complexity of this. And then last but not least, he will be doing a beautiful chicken poulet sauté chasseur. The poulet sauté chasseur, oh, very nicely done. This is a beautiful uh, kind of a mushroom essence with tarragon and chervil and a little tomato flavor, rich demi-glace, sautéed, and then he has the choice now of serving what starches and what greens with this. Now, he has chosen kohlrabi, Tuscan kale, and his fingerling potato. So we will see how he will produce or add those to these courses as we move forward. So this is actually going to be kind of fun. We're going to be able to take this whole process of this today and only be and have the ability to watch one person follow through all the way. So as we start out, he's going to be starting his quick butchering and getting things processed. Obviously, he's going to need to get, again, going back to soup, much like we did yesterday. He's going to have to get some meat out, to dice that all up, get it processed into a raft and get that going. He's got to get his fish going. So as we go through, I'll be able to give you a little more of a play-by-play exactly of what Chef Gio is doing. And obviously he has his Dover sole. He's cleaning off the outside fins. And then he's going to skin the Dover sole. Have a quick moment to walk by Chef Gio this morning, and he looked strong. He sounded strong. He said, "This is his conviction now is, I'm going to make this happen." Now, as we begin to watch Chef Gio getting his preparation done on his Dover sole, what is he going to do with this after he gets his skinned and filleted? Obviously, the first thing he's going to want to do is get those bones on to start making his fish fumet. Again, that's the stock that he's going to use to fortify the flavor of the sauce that he's going to make. And as we go through this, I'll be able to capture each step that he makes towards completing this task of classical cuisine. There we go. One clean swipe of and all the skin is off. We'll go to the next side. Same thing. Pull up from the tail over to the head. Now, Escoffier was, excuse me, Escoffier was famous for creating compound flavors. And what I mean by that is you're going to see as Chef Gio gets closer to starting his sauce, he's going to be adding flavor profiles. And by that I mean in Escoffier's day, it was liqueurs. And what he referred to as food liqueurs, might be the same essence if you talk about a liqueur. If I had an apricot liqueur, you would have a very highly pronounced flavor of apricot. So if I refer to the term liqueur in the essence of what the liquid he's using with his development of flavors, it is for food and food only, no alcohol. So in this, you're going to see he's going to be developing a liqueur flavor of mussels and a liqueur flavor of essences that will be going into the sauce. And these are compound levels of flavors that develop in that sauce, which is why it's so important. And that's why we ask our candidates to identify what Escoffier was doing back then. Now, if you think about that, we're going back to 1903. The complexity of ingredients that were put into these dishes back then, we could only wish we could still do that. Obviously, the manpower was a little bit different back then, and the timetable of equipment and things so forth. As we had a wonderful discussion yesterday with Chef Russell Scott from Middleby, representing Middleby, and talking about how different equipments today can get you to a faster finish of a product than we did back in 1903. For back then, it took literally 15 hours to create a beautiful bouillon. But now in today's society and today's opportunities in kitchens based on the type of equipment can get you there much quicker, much less than half the time. Actually, I'd say about a third of the time in many cases. But that's what we're seeing in today's world. So that's why bringing back this classical food and the knowledge of it begins to, you can now redevelop these things with the type of technologies that are out there. And you can't miss with these types of flavor profiles. It's been a chef's dreams to be able to develop these compound flavors without, again, the issue of the high labor to develop them. The skill of butchering too is a mastery in and of itself. And I have to say that the processing of Dover sole does take a little time, but it is so well worth it. It's one of the premier, the queen fish of the sea. And the bones, as you can see, he'll do a quick breakdown, trim off the skin that was left on the tail. 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. Pop, break. This is going to be what he's going to use to start his fish stock and then make it into a fumet. If you notice, he's taking his time to make sure he catches all the excess moisture from that so that there's nothing transferred over. There we go. So he's got it won't shift or slide on him. Now again, Dover sole is one of those fish. Now you'll see where you can buy for restaurants, fillet of salmon, fillet of different, almost every other kind of fish known. But you cannot buy fillets of Dover sole. You have to process it yourself. Kill me. Oh. Now, can you imagine in the day if you have Dover sole on your menu today? There's a lot of processing that needs to go on to this. I digress in saying what happened during my day, but I remember some of the restaurants, especially the working at the London Chop House in my younger years. We would go through 2, 3 cases of Dover sole every day, and it was a very popular menu item. So you had to become extremely proficient in your processing and butchering of the fish. Once way. Now, the other thing that's going to be important to see if how Chef Gio handles the fish fillets, trimming them, cleaning them off, and portioning them to individually identical sizes. And then after that, we'll see where you take these fillets. Obviously, one of the things that in cooking them so that they get an even cooking. See, he is doing that. He's doing just a slight marking on there. And then what will happen is he'll pull them off and then slightly spank them down so to get a nice even distribution of the meat. Again, so that again we're trying to create a perfect finished cook, and in order to do that, the fillets have to be the same thickness all the way across. Now the hard part for this is for Chef Gio is this the floor judges are going to have nobody else to look at except for Chef Gio. So, you know, that's that when that happened to me, I just turn on the music and do a little song and dance. Nice little catch there. He might have had a little bit of the skin silver on the outside, which could have affected the taste or the texture of the taste. Then when you chew into that or bite into it. And as I've stated earlier, the candidate is being must really demonstrate the mastery of flavor development in classical cuisine. It's so important, and and establish that cooking technique, fundamentals, consistency, portion control, and presentation. And before we get to presentation, it's that flavor development, which is going to be a key thing right here. How he starts out, how he adds to it. And as I said before, he's going to be adding a couple of liqueur flavors to this. The essence of the mussels have to be very, very prominent in this flavor profile. So when he poaches his mussels, he'll take that liquid and reduce it to part of it to make a nice, highly concentrated mussel flavor. And then he'll take some of the other liquid from that, take the cooked mussels, and hold them into that so they preserve those cooked mussels. Now they're going to be chilled at that point, and then he'll be able to take that liquid off of them just prior to service, reduce that, coat them, and put them back into the dish for the garnish, so they have a nice, in and of themselves, are maintained to their high and preserved to their highest level quality. Then he's going to have the introduction of a essence of mushroom in there as well. Now we'll have some fun when he gets ready to start making the sauce, because we're going to go through a variety of 3 different complexities of the sauce process making in and of itself. This is he'll be making a Normand sauce to go with this, or a velouté to go with this. A velouté first, and then into the complexities of a full sauce Normand. There we go. The slight processing where he's spanking them down. Yes, that's a fair assessment to make. Lightly pressing them down so that they have an even distribution of the meat all the way across. And then he'll trim, fold, and portion, and get them set up for poaching, ready for poaching. Ooh, it's even now there's a technique I've never done before. Put the, as you saw, you have the Saran wrap over the top to protect them, and that little roller action over the top at the end. I brought a casserole dish over there, so I'm not quite sure where he's going with that. Whatever he's going to choose to poach them in, he should have it very liberally buttered. Again, the richness in which how Scoffier cooked was, again, butters. Oh, he's doing a little pre-seasoning on his fish. All right, now he's gotten that ready. Seasoning up. Actually, he's going to flip side and season up on both sides here, it looks like. want you to know these particular Dover soles were fresh and flown in specifically for this test. Now he's going to do his little fold. And he is actually going to put them into this casserole dish for poaching. Scoffier's, there we go. We got two. Now these casserole dishes are set up, they're pre-buttered. And then what will happen is he'll place them in there, place just enough to come up to the sides of the fillets themselves. And again, Scofier is always looking to create compound flavors. And so this is, if the chef understands that, he'll recognize that he needs to put just the right amount of liquid in there, not too much, because then you'll dilute the essence that you're pulling from the fish into the stock, so that when you're ready to poach, you'll concentrate the flavor by the release of the flavor from the fish, and as it cooks down, he'll cover this and then cook it on top of the stove. Now, obviously, you'll see that happen a little bit later, because that'll be just done prior to service. At this point in time, he's just getting the process prepped and out of the way, because he needs to get the bones going for his initial, to make his initial fish fumet, which is the stock he'll use to poach the fish in. And again, he'll take the bones, make that into a fish stock, use that, the fish stock, in essence, to poach the fish, creating a nice little fumet, and then from there he'll add that liquid into the sauce. Now this looks like he's going to take some shallots, and we'll see if he uses some mushrooms in there as well. There we go, nice little sprinkle. Now again, you may not be able to tell, but this pan is very well buttered, and then he's going to add the nice finely julienne of shallots in there. I got to tell you, I have a wonderful audience out here. Some of the chef supporters to the candidates that are out there that are still here today watching. We're having this real lively discussion going on here, and we were talking about it. And I said, if you think about what's happening here with Chef Gio, wow, now he's obviously starting out with a cheese souffle, but with that he has to accompany a sauce. So he's going to be sauce bechamel. Now there is a process to making a true bechamel sauce, and we were just discussing that. And if you think about what's going to be next, would be for his fish, he's got to make these compound liquors of mushroom and oyster, and then he's got to make a velouté, and then you compound that all of these essences into that, cook it down, finish it with a liaison at the end, and then bring it back up, and now you have created a sauce normande. And then obviously when you're going into the chicken, that whole process calls for the start of a demi-glace, and not just a demi-glace, but it has to be a tomato and tarragon flavored demi-glace, which is a meat sauce which has been thickened, and you add the reduction of a wine, tomato, and essence, and then again you're going through that process of pulling flavor profiles and essences into that to develop from the ground up that flavor for the sauce going over the chasseur. Again, there's a lot of things going on. One might think it's just a simple sauce. It's not. There's nothing simple about the processing for classical. And to me, it's absolutely amazing that Escoffier was able to develop all this back that early on and categorize it and account for it exactly and act and so that when you go to replicate this, it's amazing the amount of work. And quite frankly, the man was a genius when it came to understanding food science in many cases. So replicating all these sauces, that's why we're asking you to respect the history of food, respect the timetable of where we are today for that. We respect the traditions and the cultures of world cuisine. We respect the conditions and the situations for healthy cuisine. But to become a well-rounded chef, you have to understand all cuisines or all quantified ways that we've developed to what we know food today. Okay, I have my learned audience out there. I think he has a question. I'm not sure. No question? Oh, you don't want to challenge me yet, huh? Okay, just catching up real quick on where we're at. And a couple clarifications. Obviously, he did a lot of processing of the chicken because he needs to get a nice white bouillon going with some of the chicken for the base for his soup. And then that's again the next step. And then shortly thereafter, he'll be processing some meat to create his wrap. Now, in a soup, you're going to start out with a nice stock, nice fortified rich white stock or light stock. And then from there, you'll take your ground meat, your essences of the savory items like vegetables, usually leeks, carrots, and then some herbal essences, and you'll mix this with egg whites. And then once your stock is ready to go, you'll kind of cool that down a little bit. Add it to this wrap, meat mixture with the egg whites and your savories in there, and incorporate that throughout the stock, and then bring that up very slowly. What happens is the egg whites then begin to collect, cook, solidify the proteins, and it forms kind of a raft which actually starts to filter all the impurities out of the stock and capture them within that raft. Once that's done, the candidate will cut a little hole in the very center of that raft because it'll almost form as a solid mass. Cut a little hole in it, and then take that and ladle into the center of that, using that to baste the raft so that you're constantly pushing the flavor of that meat back into the liquid below. And as it's clarifying, cooking, and fortifying, your objective then is to get a crystal clear, beautiful consomme. And then from there, we'll go into the garnishes. For that particular soup, the du berry, which refers to cauliflower, the chefs will be required to make a nice, beautiful cauliflower royale. This is where it's a custard with the essence or the puree of a cooked cauliflower into this egg mixture royale. And what you'll do is you poach this into what they call Darriere molds, which are little round cylindrical molds. Poached, then chilled, taken out, and then sliced real thin is one way to do that. And then along with that, they'll ask for little tiny florets. Again, remember all of your garnishes will have to fit into the bouillon spoon that they're going to be serving with the soup. So keeping that in mind, the Darriere molds have to be just cylindrical enough to the point where they don't exceed the size of the spoon that you're going to be consuming the soup with. Then you'll have lightly poached cauliflower and then sprigs of chervil as your finished garnish for the soup. And then also we have his first course, which will be the Parmesan. He chose a savory as opposed to a sweet. He'll be doing a Parmesan cheese souffle served with a bechamel sauce. Again, bechamel sauce is where you're going to take a start of a bechamel, simmering your milk with bay leaves and some savories, and then allowing that to simmer so you're developing flavor. You're thickening that with a light roux, and let that simmer for about 35-40 minutes. Then you finish that off with heavy cream at the end. You've got a beautiful rich bechamel. Then you're going to go to the soup, then you're going to go to the fish, and then finally the chicken. Now again, Chef Gio has 5.5 hours to produce a 4-course menu, 6 portions of each, individually service the souffle, individually service the consomme, individually service the fish, but Russian partial service of the main course will be done in a Russian format where they'll set up 4 portions of that product on a platter for Russian service of his chicken chasseur. Okay, we have Chef Gio's getting all of his meat processed. And this is where he's grinding it for his raft, I believe. Yes, he is. Okay. So once he gets this all ground out, it's nice and lean, no fat. And we're going to try and keep this as clean as possible from any residue of fat because fat will cause a film, and we're trying to get away from that film whatsoever. Oh, great. This, there we go. Consommé du Berry, filet of sole au moulet, and poulet sauté chasseur, and souffle of choice, which we've already denoted as his Parmesan cheese or cheese souffle with the sauce bechamel. That'll be his starting course as opposed to his finishing course. Thank you. Soup, oh, he's doing a soupy sauce with the onion? I misspoke. I think he's not serving a Mornay sauce. He's doing a sauce soupy, basically a cream sauce with the essence of onion in there. Nice compliment. Now again, going back to reiterating what the sauce soubise is, basically, or coulis d'oignon soubise, from a formidable presentation or acknowledgement of that sauce. It's basically the same thing, bechamel, as opposed to just a straight, rich milk cream sauce. It is a onion flavored, where you will then take blanched series of onions, blanched without coloring them. Then that is pureed and put into a nice thick soup, bechamel, salt, pepper, finished off just gently, and then you get that nice little onion flavor profile in there, and then that'll be a nice little touch to go with the Parmesan cheese souffle. I just received from one of our uh, wonderful persons in the audience a picture of the wonderful picture of the person doing the explaining what's going on here, our host, which would be myself, Chef Kevin Goransky. But in my absence, this young man, if oh, I wish you could get a close up of this one. While I was gone, he took my chair and put the headset on and started pretending he was me. I will hold secret who this is, because I may need a favor from him someday. We're having having some fun here and yes, it's a serious moment, but a little laughter and a little levity never hurt anybody. Okay. Now again, a little bit of, I think, oh, he's separating his egg whites. And you see some of the savory, it looks like carrots, celery, and onions in there. And he's going to mix in, this will be, looks like he's going to get this set up for his raft. And I mentioned before, he'll mix all this in there with the egg whites, some aromatics. And again, blending this very, very carefully together. Make sure you get all the egg whites well incorporated with the meat. And then it looks like he's got his white stock in the back there. What? Oh. Again, a vigorous whipping, almost to the point, not quite to the point where they're going to start collecting, but they're well blended so that they'll absorb and pull all the there, the ground, the savory, the whites. This is the formation of the raft for the consommé. He has his white stock on and back and warming up slightly, and then he'll incorporate all that in there, blending it so that he can then bring it up. And again, it's very, very important. Once you get your egg whites formed into with all this ingredients, you'll mix that into your white bouillon that you have in the back. It's a little seasoning too. Look at this. Ooh. There you go. The introduction of the ground meat. And I'm sure he's using probably some shank meat, which is nice and lean, absent of almost 99% of all its fat, because anything close, any meat close and connected to the bone is going to give you more of a flavor profile, a better flavor profile. Good. And this is important now. Make sure you get this thoroughly mixed. Just checking his bouillon, his white bouillon, just to make sure. Now this should have a little color to it, but mostly light color, and the clarity will be efficient. Now again, think about it. If anything is light in color, it's hard to develop a lot of flavor. That's where this compounding of it, where your ingredients for making the stock or the bouillon to begin with, you will then take. Now he's actually going to make, here we go, he's going to actually add a little stock to it to make sure that it thins out and will mix in a little easier when it goes in with the bouillon in and of itself. I'm sorry, I called this earlier. This is his ground chicken. I'm sorry. My apologies. I said ground beef. This is meat. Ground meat. Oh, thank you for that clarification. So I was correct in my first statement. And this is where the chef judges are going to be watching carefully to see how he introduces this to his bouillon, white bouillon. That's the tough part about being the only candidate out there. And this too is where you want to, when you're introducing it, you want it to be mixed somewhat vigorously, but not too vigorously that you're going to start working your egg whites away from the constructs of your raft. Now you can see the volume of ratio of meat that he has here versus the amount of stock. This will allow him to fortify the extraction of this flavor profile into his bouillon during the clarification. So he's maximizing the flavor at the same time of clarification. There we go. Spatula slowly entering it. Now the bouillon itself was being slightly warmed, and then he's going to now mix, get this in there so it blends nicely. There, you can see there's a little flame underneath there, but again, just started to warm it slightly, so it will blend a little smoother now, a little easier, as opposed to an ice cold stock or bouillon. There, gently moving it around. Now this is important too, because when it comes up, some of the egg white will create a frothing on the sides of the pan that he's cooking in, and you'll want to try and get that air because out of there. You'll actually kind of skim it as you're going across to get that those little air pockets out of there, because you don't want those to fall back in to disrupt the clarification process. And there you go. Again, you need to bring that up with a little earnest of heat so you can begin to set that so it begins to cook together, and then make sure never bring it to a boil. Worst thing you can do in in the process of making a consommé is allowing that to ever boil. Bring it up slowly, boom, you're ready to go. And then maintain that temperature. That's the key, maintaining the temperature. Now, if you notice, sometimes they'll take a plate and use a hot plate on there so they can keep that just at the right temperature, or just keep the right temperature on the burner itself, the star burner. Okay, Chef Gio's an hour and a half in and his 5.5 hour timetable. Now keep in mind that Chef Gio will be coming back to that raft periodically. Oh, he's already back to it. Again, adjusting it, make sure. This is a critical timetable right here. He may be starting again. He might be starting his sous vide sauce. He might be starting the development of his other sauces that he needs for the rest of the other components for dishes that he's got. And that way he can keep a steady eye on that consommé as it begins to develop. there you go. You can see this now. And there's also, as you can see, there's a pot that's designed specifically for making consommes. There's a little spigot in the front. Now what will happen is when he's ready to drain, he doesn't have to strain it through the raft. He can just draw it right off the bottom through cheesecloth or through a sieve processing at the end, so that he can make sure he collects any potential impurities that are floating in there and not be served to their customers. Now in the pot over there, he has a covered on there where he was slightly sweating the onions for his sous vide sauce, not coloring them, just lightly cooking them to get that essence of onion. Nice transition from our camera crew. Thank you very, very much. Kim, Sandy, and Steve, thank you, thank you, thank you. You've done a phenomenal job this week. I appreciate this. And so does the audience at large. Being able to capture this thing firsthand, the first time, all the way through from start to finish, and including an extra day. Here they thought they had a day off today. Me too. Here we have our two floor judges, Chef Olivier Andrini to the right there, just turned to face us, and Chef Joaquin Buchner, who both stayed over today, changed their flights, observed. And as you know, all these master chefs that came in to work with these came in on their own time, away from their jobs, to take the time to make sure that we gave every opportunity to our candidates their full undivided attention by the CMCs. If we could, next time Chef Gio gets by that mushroom, I believe he's fluting a mushroom, which would be a wonderful touch if he used that as a garnish, specifically with his chausser or for this fish. Yeah, I think he might. Oh, there you go. Little lemon. Yeah. See these? Yeah. Shallots, lemon. There he is, turning his mushrooms. There you go. And what he's doing is he's creating these tiny little half-moon shaped grooves in every mushroom cap. This is a wonderful and a wonderfully old-time classic presentation of mushrooms. See that? He's just barely taking the outside skin of the mushroom off and leaving that beautiful grooved finish behind it. What a showcase when you have final presentation. This is a nice little touch, Chef Gio. Nice little touch. See, all of his little scraps are going in there to create the nice little fortification or essence in there. He's got a little lemon in there, so that what the lemon will do is help to preserve the whiteness or the color of the lemon from turning, or the mushroom from turning. I'm sorry. Oh, this is wonderful. Nice to see. And here we have Chef Gio still working on the tournée of mushrooms. You can see it takes a little time for each mushroom. And if, again, you want those grooves to be beautiful, perfect. And when they saute that, it really accentuates those. And and I have really kind of a funny, interesting story to go with this myself and my learning the process of tourneing mushrooms. I had the opportunity years back to open a hotel in Detroit, and at the time, Chef Ronald Reagan was our president, and he was doing a speech at the hotel. And so I was working there, and we were told not to go into the hallway during this certain period of time. And I was working banquets at that time, and so we were getting ready to get our food, all the things ready for the event. As soon as he got through speaking, and we were going to feed. And in the process of moving around, there was two ways to get to the storeroom, and I needed something out of the storeroom. So instinctively, I chose the shorter path, which was the wrong path, which meant that I went into the hallway. Lo and behold, I walk out into the hallway, and who's right in front of me, about 25 feet away? President Reagan, with about 6 or 8 Secret Service personnel all around him. And then all of a sudden I realized, oh no, I'm not supposed to be here. I go to turn to walk back into the kitchen. And I have a set of hands on my right arm bicep, set of hands on my left arm bicep, literally picked me up and carried me back in. Secret Service carried me back into the kitchen. And I thought, oh, and they held me there till the Chef Carl Resch, I'll never forget this, came up and verified that I was an employee, not a terrorist of any kind. And so they let me go, and I continued. And he said, I apologized profusely, and he said, don't worry, let's just finish tonight. We'll talk about this tomorrow. And I thought, oh, I'm dead. I'm fired. So I went into the office the next day, and for my penance for making such a faux pas mistake, he said, I have a steak dinner. We have a steak dinner coming up on Friday, and this was Tuesday or something like that. He says, I want you to make fluted mushrooms for this dinner. It's 1,500 steak dinner. And I said, a fluted mushrooms? 1,500? He goes, no, I want two for every steak. So in a day and a half, I had to make 3,000 of those fluted mushrooms. So obviously I became pretty proficient at it. So, but I can truly respect where he's going with this garnish. And I digress by telling you my old past stories. But again, he's working very calm. He seems to have control of his timing very well. He's got several things going. His sous vide sauce at the beginning. He's got those onions he was sweating down nicely. And again, low temperature sweat to extract that flavor, the juices from the onions, allowing them to slowly extract from the membranes, and then all of that juice that you have in there is going to create that almost an onion flavor of, again, according to Escoffier, a liqueur flavor of onion that he'll be putting into his bechamel sauce, which then becomes a compound sauce. By adding the onion, it becomes a sous vide sauce. Chef Escoffier was great for adding names to everything, so that as soon as you mention it, you can then associate by the name the products and things that he did to make this particular sauce. I don't know how he came up with all these names. If you think about it, you've got a cookbook that has 650 pages with names, and like I said, I really have to offer my respect for Chef Escoffier. I would have loved to have had the opportunity to meet somebody like that nature. A true genius when it came to the culinary world. Absolutely. So here we are back at live, and we're going back live to our kitchen. See how he's doing. Again, maintaining the neatness, maintaining the calmness. He looks like he's in full control. He's got his list going. Now you can see what he's doing here. He's pulling the stems off of the mushrooms. Now the mushrooms themselves, the caps, will be sliced. I'm going to go with the idea that he's going to slice those. And then the stems we can use for, again, preparing those essences, sauteing those, sweating those, to create a nice mushroom essence, or as the Scarfier would say, mushroom liqueur. Again, fortifying flavors. And these are many of the different ways he would do that. You know, I have to kudos to Chef Gio for taking the time to come back today to redo his classical. And a couple of things, you know, his souffle didn't work out quite the way he wanted it to. Had some issues with a couple other things. And also the constructs of his fillet that was just a little bit off from the norm, what they were asking him from to do. And we're trying to capture, if the chef understands the true definition, or the true closest thing you can get to the definition of classical. I know we can't replicate it verbatim in some cases, but we want you to understand, ideally understand that construct that Escoffier put together in developing those flavors and the techniques he used to develop those flavors. Classical is one of those dishes where following those methodologies that the chef had put, or Chef Escoffier put together, need to be done, and understanding. And again, for one dish, you may have literally 4 to 7 different recipes to follow to get to it. And there are some out there that have take 9, 10 to get to it. I, the uniqueness of a classical is creating all these wonderful compound flavors. You may think, why? When you taste it, when it's done right, you don't ask that question anymore. You now realize, wow, that's why. And believe me, if we could find a way to do that without having to go through that process, we'd be doing a lot more. The genius of Escoffier. But he chose, like I said, Chef Gio chose to come back today. Hey, he's in that mindset. He knows he had a successful day yesterday. He's coming in off a positive to recap and capture where he needs to be for today for classical. His thought process: these are where I made my errors in producing and producing the products. So now he's going to say, "I got it. I feel strong." Plus the fact he's here. He's got all his equipment here. The other option would be to wait until we have the next assessment program evaluation, and then he would then perform this particular dish during then while the master chefs were observing that. So it's tough. You're pushing yourself into that 6th day window, 7th day window actually. But I feel that, it's, again, it's up to you and it's up to the individual, but you're here, you're there, you're in the mode. And now he's telling me he's going to knock this one out of the ballpark. There he is back there checking his raft, making sure that some of it didn't stick to the bottom on the way up, because of that, with that low heat, could offset the flavor and disrupt some of the coloration. Okay, we're coming up on the 2 hour mark with 3.5 hours to go. And with that, I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be right back. Are we doing the test here?
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, I'd like to everybody. We have a great opportunity here right now. Wasn't expecting this. It's a little bit impromptu. I thought this gentleman to my right here would be completely sleeping in today, but probably due to all the excitement could not do so. But let me please be honored in introducing Chef Luis Young, our present and newest certified master chef. Congratulations
Thanks
to
so
you,
much.
Chef
Thanks so
Luis.
much.
Oh, how do you feel?
I'm excited, but I'm exhausted. It's like finally, after weeks and weeks of just getting like anxious, it's just like now I feel the weight of it.
Now you feel the weight of it.
Yeah.
Oh, this is just the beginning. It really
Yeah.
is. And as I've interviewed so many of our certified master chefs throughout the week, they all said the same thing. Once you obtain that, it's not something you begin to rest your laurels on. It's something you begin as a new phase
That's right.
in your life. So, how do you feel that's going to transform you as you move forward?
Well, there's so many things going through my head right now, but one of them, it's like there's so much that you don't know when you
Hmm.
realize you're in the test, right? There's so much that you still need to improve. So I'm gonna take the time to go back, polish on those things, and realize that it's a constant process. I
Hmm.
don't think it will ever stop. And then how to pass that on. I think that it's about having that knowledge and how you can pass that on.
Oh, very, very well put. Again, we're always going to give back. We
Yep,
want to
yep,
see this grow and nurture others that have the same interest and
that's right.
getting to that point where they can begin to assess
Hmm.
and move forward into this position. Anything you'd change in what you did for the test
Oh,
as you
that's
reflect back?
yeah, that's a tough question. I mean, certainly, yeah, I would change things. But overall, I think that I did a good job. I did the necessary things to pass. But of course, there's always things that you can do better, right? Like my sous chef and I were talking yesterday, and he said we need to go back to the club and make sure that we put sausage here and there on the menu so that we got that down fully. Um, and then organization wise, what we can do that can speed service and things like that.
Oh, very interesting. Very well put. Service, customers, your
Yep, yep,
people.
yep.
You're the reason you're there is to satisfy them with what your abilities are and your expertises are and your mastery now
That's right.
is, and keep going with that elevation of expertise and presentation. Is there anything here you picked up that you would immediately translate back to?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's very relevant. You don't see the test, or at least I didn't see the test just like this is just a test for a competition. Um, from the context of like the concept wise, I think that it's more, um, it could be more relatable to work, right? So how do you organize your kitchen? How do you organize your layout? How do you get ready? Like that 30 minutes before you open your window, before you get to actual service, uh, to me that was critical time. So I always told my committees like, look, before the window we have that, we're going to create this 30 minute where that's for mental clarity.
Mm-hmm.
We're pretty much done with the cooking, and it's about cleaning up, setting up the station because the window is really like that's the show.
Oh, very well
Um,
put.
so so that's something that we need to implement at work, right? Before a service starts, it's like take 30 minutes to to fully clear the kitchen, fully clear your heads, and get ready for it. Because it's a different mentality, right? When you're working your mise en place and you're working your production, and then it's like, okay, now let's switch to showtime.
You're going from primary focus of setup, primary focus of
That's right.
introduction of mise en place, primary focus of production processing, and maintaining the highest level of
Hmm.
control over those. And but the interesting point is, okay, we're here. Clear your heads, refocus.
That's
The
right.
show is just now ready to begin.
That's right.
Nicely put. Thank you so much. Uh, Communication obviously is a big factor with your commis,
Hmm.
and how did you find that to benefit you?
Well, first of all, like I'm so thankful with all my committees that I had because they were all rock stars.
Oh,
Oh my God, they did such a great job. Gabby, Lillian, Mia, um, Judith. I mean, they help out so much. So they made it very easy for me. Um, but through the assessment, I learned probably on my first assessment that I assumed things, right? I assumed that they would know, they would understand, and that was my mistake. After that, I realized that it's like, look, it needs to be clear communication. It needs to be they you have to provide them with the information that it's going to make them successful, right?
hmm.
Um, so the,
Well, I got to tell you, during watching this thing, I took me back thinking what I would have given my eye tooth to be able to be in their position, working
yep.
with somebody who's gotten their mastery of skill through assessment to where you were the past 5 days, and to be able to watch you and work hand in hand with you. You showcased a great deal. You taught them a lot. And I'm sure they're all very appreciative because I know I was very appreciative because I actually learned some things watching
Right.
this. And yeah, I've got a few years on me, but I still have a few years to learn. So, but it was one of the ones that I have to say, Chef, you conducted yourself in that kitchen to a level that I have not seen too much of in recent years. But I got to say, you masterfully held your composure through this whole process, and I applaud you for that. And
Thank you.
you exemplified what we're looking for in today's Master Chef, and you did a wonderful job. And I can't thank you enough for the opportunity to see how you performed in the kitchen. It and we're the beautiful thing is this is being broadcast live, so we've had a
Oh, wow.
lot opportunity. A lot of people will have a lot of opportunity to watch how you performed and be able to again use you as an example moving forward in their skills. So again, I can't thank you enough for taking time. Anything else you'd like to add, Chef?
No, just thank you for first taking the time to talk to me and for the school to host the test. It, it's been a great experience. It's been a long journey, uh, but I loved it. Every single moment of it. I loved it.
Well, and we loved watching you. Thank you
Thank you.
so much, Chef. Appreciate it. Thanks for taking the time. I know you're exhausted, and you probably got. As a matter of fact, I do see a line of people out there waiting to talk to you and shake your hand. So, but thank you so much for being here
Thank you.
with us, and again, congratulations, Certified Master Chef, Luis Young.
Thanks so much, Chef.
Okay.
All right.
All right, we're there. Right after this, I tell you what, let's take a quick break, and I'll catch up with what's going on with Chef Gio in the kitchen. See you. Okay, we're back, and Chef Gio's going classical. His kohlrabis are being turned into sculpted tournées for his vegetable presentation today. Nice job there. Nice job. Where he actually sculpts perfect sides to every piece of kohlrabi. 7 sides, yes. Not 3, not 4, not 6, 7 sides. This is a classic presentation for vegetables through escoffier. Nice touch there, Chef Gio. Nice touch. And again, a quick reminder. See if we have. Do we have his menu we could pop up just to remind everybody what he's going to be doing today? There we go. Beautiful. Obviously, the souffle of choice will be a Parmesan cheese souffle, a savory souffle. Along with that, he has to provide a sauce. He's going to do a soubise sauce, which is where you saw Chef earlier making with this sweated onions underneath uh, the parchment paper there, where he was developing that flavor. That onion process will be then pureed and added to a very rich bechamel, which is a very rich cream sauce, which is the milk and high milk fat uh, with a touch of cream in there, and then simmered. And then the onion puree is put into that, and it's thickened with a roux, which is basically lightly cooked flour and butter. And then that was used to thicken this, and then your soubise of the flavor of the onion in there, a bechamel flavored with onion, soubise sauce. That'll be served with his souffle. Following that, we have the Consommé du Berry, which is a white bouillon, or in this case, he's using a little chicken for his white bouillon. And then that's going to be processed much like we have been showing you, nice fortified bouillon. Then we're going to add a raft to that, which is the ground meat with some savory carrots, celery, and onions. And then we're going to add some egg whites to that, a little seasoning, herbal seasoning. Mix that into the warm bouillon. Bring that up slowly and let allow so it allows it to form a solid mass from the egg whites tying all of the meats together. And then you have a raft, and then you'll poke a hole in that raft, and you'll see periodically throughout the day he will be taking a ladle and dipping it into it, and then basting that raft as he goes on. He'll cook this for about an hour and a half to 2 hours to get the fortification and flavors in there. Then he will strain it off and garnish it with. So as you can see, his Comey is working on some cauliflower. We're going to take some beautiful poached cauliflower florets and take the rest of it. Will be processed and cooked into a little puree and then folded into a royale, a custard. So he'll have a custard flavored royale along with the florets and a finished pluche of chervil. That'll be the garnish for the soup. And now we're back in the action, and I'll finish up the rest of the menu as we go through. The other thing too is you see as the chef is moving, the apprentice is moving. There's never a time when neither one is moving. So there's every step has a function and a purpose. Every movement has a function and a purpose, utilizing the timeline that you have and fulfilling as much as you can in that timeline. So as you recall, we started at 6 a.m. this morning with this process. He gets 5.5 hours to produce this four-course menu. There was no initial prep time given beforehand. This is a start-to-finish process. And as you're watching intently, I'm sure you're seeing the complexities of this particular event. He will have 30 minutes once he's done to produce all four menu items, 6 portions each. First three courses will be individually plated. The last one will have 2 plates. The additional 4 portions will be presented in a Russian service format, which means that they'll put everything, the last 4 portions, all on a platter. Thank you. Up, as you can see, there's this consomme coming up to a nice hold there. Uh, the sauce that was on the left, which we'll be returning shortly, will be incorporating the puree of cauliflower to it. That's his soubise sauce, or no, that's not. No, that's going to be his sauce soubise, I believe. Where they're going to add the onion to the cream sauce, the bechamel that they had going there. And then you see the stock on the far right. That's going to be this finished sauce for his main course for the Schultzer. Now he is approaching 2 minutes to 9. He's been 3 hours in the kitchen. He has 2.5 hours to go. Okay, here Chef Linez was comparing all of his tournées, making sure they're all the exact same size. Not just for the appearance sake, but the fact that when you're cooking them, they will all cook the same as well, temperature wise, texture wise, and so forth. And here we have the apprentice breaking down the cauliflower, and so that you can get those nice little perfect breakdown. Okay. I can't see what is she. I'm sorry, garlic. She's working and pressing. Now again, for the scoring, you obviously have your kitchen score. We've talked about the score sheets before, and that has taken into consideration. It carries 40% of the value of the weight of his whole overall scoring, 60% in the kitchen, and each of the four courses denote 25% of that total value of score. So then if you come out with a 80%, 70%, 75% and flavor kitchen, and you got an 80% or 70, 80, 70% and 80%, you end up with a 75%, which is passing. But I tell you what, this whole week, the The candidates have absolutely done a phenomenal job in their performance in the kitchen. This is what we have the benefit of watching. I have been able to sneak back there and taste a few things, and I can understand why their position has been so good. Uh, and it wasn't necessarily the taste; it was just some of the techniques that affected the outcome for Chef Gio's original score. But again, these are the techniques that have to be followed and executed according to the format. Be like the same thing asking somebody to produce something of the worldwide cuisine that we've asked you to do. Simplicity sometimes, complexity the others. Execution is what matters here. You can see he's basting his wrapped a little bit. There he goes, moves away. He's now skimming some of the oils and fats off of his sauce and cleaning that up. So as they cook, they rise to the top. He's doing a little skimming, make sure that he gets all that excess fat off of that particular stock that he's making for his sauce. And as I said before, these candidates will be evaluated on their mastery level. The team will assess their candidates' performance based on their proficiency in these fundamentals and overall methodologies used in execution of the menu that they're preparing. So there's a real close observation to what they're doing and how they're doing it as far as the technique brought forth by Escoffier. one of those little hidden gems that Escoffier used to, in total utilization of product, maybe finishing a dish with a little fresh chopped parsley at the end, but the stems, the valuable flavor of the stems were also incorporated into the stock to elevate that flavor profile. He never used parsley just to finish garnishing. It was an element of flavor compounded into the profile of development throughout many of his dishes. I don't know if you caught it earlier. What one pile there? He has got some tarragon, and then he has also some parsley. This is and the stems. He was kind of turning around, reaching, and I saw him putting those into a stock or in for his sauce development. Smart move. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back. Let's see here. We see Chef Louis is. Oh, he got a couple tomatoes out there. Looks like he's going to process those. Now, where would we see tomato on his menu? It would be in the chasseur sauce. He would make a little tomato fondue, the essence, incorporate that to his demi-glace. Again, we're trying to identify how he's utilizing products and incorporating those essences into the completion of this particular dish. For this one, the chasseur sauce is going to require the a tomato and tarragon flavor essence, and this is how he's going to produce that by cooking off fresh tomatoes, reducing them, folding them into his demi-glace, which he would then make into his sauce chasseur. And again, he's got things going over there. He's keeping that eye on that consomme to make sure that that's where they're done. Basting that, skimming off anything that comes up on the sides. And also, too, keeping the insides of his sauce pot on the far right there, wiping and scraping down the sides inside that are above the liquid level so that you keep those flavor profiles in the liquid instead of drying on the side. There he goes, basting his consomme. There. Get basting the raft for the consomme. Oh, tasting. Looking for the sense of understanding where he's at on the development and fortification. There he is, wiping down. Boy, he must be listening to me. I tell you, he's doing exactly what. Perfect. But this is good, fundamental, solid cooking. And it won't be too long. We're coming up on too close to the 9:30, the 3.5 hour mark, which leaves us with about 2 hours and 5 minutes before he has to start dishing up. So as we see and watch Chef Gio in his motions, and you're going to see there's going to be a lot more development going on. Then you're going to start seeing things added to each other to start building those compound flavors into one. Okay. Won't be too long too. You'll be taking and straining off his consomme. Remember, the next step after that is to incorporate the tapioca, cooking that for about 12 to 15 minutes so that it releases the starch from the tapioca and that begins to thicken it slightly, just enough so that there's a different profile of texture when it crosses your palate. And when it's a little thicker, it holds your palate. The flavor profile sticks there a little bit longer. So that's the next step on the consomme after he strains it. So with that, we'll keep an eye on how Chef Leo's doing, and we'll be right back. Okay, remember we talked about the chef Gio working with the tomatoes. What he did was he poached them in a little bit of hot boiling water, simmered off, peeled them off, so he can get the full extraction of the tomato product, getting the seeds out. He's going to make that little tomato fondue we talked about, where he's going to incorporate that with his demi-glace. Okay, just a little catch up for you. All right. Yes. 5.5. Okay, and here we are. There's now he's straining his consomme at one juncture on the very left there, as you can see, and then on the right he's actually taking his royale custard mix and pouring it into these little Dariel molds, and then he will then poach it from there, and that'll be the start of his garnish for the consomme. But you can see this very slow and deliberate release. He doesn't want to disturb the clarified portion of the stock coming out. Nice touch. Now he's elevated it, so he has to come through a very fine chinois. And I think we have a question in the audience. The question is that a classical way? No, we don't always ask you to go back to the classics. We ask you, you can consider a little more of a contemporary. The old days we used to run it through cheesecloth and many layers of cheesecloth. But you can see here he's done a fine job in that raft, and he's now going through a fine chinois so that he can capture everything that he needs. Okay, now basically at this juncture, his soup is consomme. His garnish he has to poach, the royale, the florets for the soup, and then the pluches of chervil. So he's in good shape. He has that. He's already got his mixture for his souffle ready to go. All he has to do is incorporate his egg whites and then put that in the oven. Now the timing of this is going to be critical. He really wants to be able to pull those souffles out. If it's the first course, if his window opens at say 11, 11:30, whatever the time is, on that hour, they're actually coming out of the oven, going on the plate with the sauce already portioned out on the side. And as you can see right here, he's filling his Dariel molds. These are those little cup molds that they're underneath there, and then you pour the liquid so you can poach it, cover it, poach it, and they're ready to go. And he can just pop them out when he wants to warm them up slightly after they're cooked and to serve them into the consomme. We have another question in the audience. I'm sorry, what was the question? Well, the question was why is he using a Cambro to bring it up? Obviously, the chef feels he can get a little closer to make sure that each individual portion is at the same level. And precise, concise, it's important. Great question. Thank you very much. we go, the consommé. Now you can see he actually had cheesecloth underneath there. And his consommé is all set, ready to go. Taste, maybe a little touch final seasoning of salt, but hopefully you've got it right where you want it, because you have to introduce too much salt at the tail end of a consommé. It affects the clarity of it. That's why your steps of producing this product. Oh, that's his fumet. Okay, now he's setting up. Remember how he had earlier brought those casserole dishes out, those buttered casserole dishes? He's got his fumet finished now, which is his fish stock. And this is the liquid that he's going to use to poach his Dover sole, to enrichen it. He's putting his Dariel molds in the oven well, actually, it's kind of a covered. Oh, let me double check that. Oh, Dariel molds are in the oven in a little pan of water, and they're being poached off right now. So he'll have plenty of time, have all his garnishes done, ready to go, with an hour before he starts service. So this will be the time where you're going to start seeing a little more activity. Whereas before we were building foundation and flavor, we're now getting towards the end of that, and we're going to start seeing a lot of more activity finishing things, like adding the liqueurs to the base sauces, for the essences to be developed within a finished sauce, and so forth. And where he may have taken those mushroom trimmings and sauteed those, and then added the little wine and a little stock to those, reduce those to fortify that mushroom flavor, that will then be added to the finished sauce. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There we go. She's separating. Now, they poach the mussels so that they can get the mussel stock. Then he's going to take and some of the moisture of the mussel stock, add it to here to maintain those mussels and keep them moist, but reduce that so that it becomes that mussel liqueur, the concentrated flavor profile of mussels. So that will then be folded into the sauce that they're making for the fish today, the Dover sole. And again, the mussels will be, well, depending how he chooses to serve it, but from a Escoffier's point of view, what they would do is they would serve this, and then if you served it in a platter setting, which was normally the way to do it, is you would then take all your mussels, put them into the center, and surround it with your fillets. But in the fact that it's a little more contemporary, he may be putting them on top. But it's very, very important that you glaze those with a reduced stock so that the protein comes out and the concentration of flavor envelops the mussel so that when you bite into the mussel, you have this beautiful, robust flavor of mussel. And just to again bring you up to date, what she just processed all those mussels, that is referred to as a bearding process. And there's a little connective tissue coming from the muscle of the muscle, the the flesh part of the muscle going, and it connects it to the shell, and it's a little chewy and tight. So that when you're processing them, you want to pull that little connective tissue off so that you get a nice, clean, uniform texture all the way through the structure of that muscle. Oh, oh my. I've got a wonderful audience here today. You could both have business cards with you? No? Please write your information down. I'd love to stay in contact with you both. Okay, here we are. We're clearing out, starting to consolidate, build, formulate all these wonderful compound individual flavor, or I should say, wonderful individual flavors to create a nice, wonderful singular compound flavor. Chef looks like he's in pretty good control of everything going on so far. Now you notice that little quarter rack there that's sitting there with the 4 or 5 half pan holder there. Chef is setting up those for each of the courses when he comes through, so he has everything within hand's reach without having to move very far at all, with very little motion of movement at all, to execute each of the what he needs for each of the dishes presenting. He's presenting. Dario. Yeah, chef just pulled the Dariel molds out for the puree, his royales of cauliflower. So those are going to go into blast chill to bring the chill down. So he'll be able to pop them out with his hands. They are very delicate. That's another thing you have to take into consideration. They shouldn't be too thick. I mean, they should be delicate, and the fact that when you're picking them out, hard to handle is another way of looking at that. So nice concentrated flavor. And so by putting them in the blast chiller, they get a nice firmness to them. So they're easier to handle. That's what I was trying to say. Thank you. Boy, it almost looks like he could really get started a little sooner than later. He is in good shape. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's making his roux for his sous vide sauce or the velouté. Yeah, sous vide sauce for his velouté for his chicken. No, for here I'm talking out of turn. Let me switch my brain off and on for a second here. Making his bechamel sauce or his roux for his sauce. and give that good 20 minutes to cook through so we get the flour taste out of it. Again, he's got, again, plenty. He's good shape, good shape. Oh gosh, this is this is going to start getting exciting pretty quick here. I can feel a little bit of the fatigue of just talking to you for these last 5 days, but I can't imagine the feeling that this young man has right now, being so close to the end run here. Yes, that was the roux that he was making for his velouté for the fish, and then also remember he's got one more step to go on that consommé, the tapioca. So he's probably, I think, just rinsed that off. I'm going to put that in. Tapioca only has to be in there for about 15 to 18 minutes, depending on the viscosity you're looking for. So here we are. We're starting to move. We've got 45 minutes before we start plating up. We have our floor judge, Chef Olivier, certified master chef Olivier Andrini. Looks like he's having some enjoyable conversation. Nothing. Looks like he's he, he's excited to see this go forward. I think. Yes. Look at that. There's a smile on everybody's face down there. I did. The souffle cups ready to go. Lightly buttering those. Now this is important too because you want to make sure that you get the nice, clean, even brush. There she goes, bringing them up. You don't want any of the souffle batter to catch on a dry portion of the casserole dish that they're baking in because it'll prevent or hold back the movement of growth going up or the jump from the air, the from the egg whites in the mixture, and you get this nice, beautiful, straight up jump, and that's what you're looking for. But if you have a little dryness on the inside, they'll catch and it'll tilt your souffle movement coming up. Chef Gio is showing just wonderful composure right now, in control of his destiny, really, in the sense that he's got the look of somebody who knows exactly what's happening at every minute that he's going on to this. All right, he's going through some last minute tasting of some of the sauces that are reducing, getting his last minute touches for a finished garnishing of some of his items. So all of his sauces have been cooking back there. The reductions have been made. So he's moving along pretty nicely here. So I'm going to take a quick break so I can get myself ready for the finale run coming through. Be back here shortly, okay? Okay. Oh, Chef Luis has his panade ready there. He's got his egg yolks, flour. Oh, jeez. Chef Gio, my apologies. I'm tired too today. Chef Gio, I'm sorry. Uh, but he's back and he's got his egg whites going. That means he's getting his souffle mixture ready to go. Uh, in the bowl on the side of the mixer, egg yolks, butter, flour mixture, and a little bit of milk. He put it in there so that you can build that base. This is the panade, to which you will then keep it at room temperature. Do not chill this, keep it at room temperature so that when your egg whites come out, you fold that into this, pour this into your cup, and then bake it in your oven. Now he's got the one thing he has got a convection oven over there. It gives you a little better heat uniformity going through there instead of a base stove oven below the burners. So there we go. Now, mixture of your egg whites, critical. Mixture of your panade, critical. And the ratio of whites and so forth, depending on savory versus sweet, could be, 2 to 1, 3 to 1, so, or even some more than that. Some a little bit higher, but usually 1 to 1, 2 to 1, 3 to 1, depending on what you're trying to make. In this case, the cheese souffle, I used to use basically a 2 to 1 ratio, but also he added a little bit of the white in there just to kind of soften the panade a little bit. Therefore, now when you go into the actual fold, you can get your egg whites there. See, he's softening up his panade a little bit. Now he's going to add the egg white. The whip, how far you whip the egg whites, you under whip it. What happens? It'll start to jump, but it won't hold the structure because it doesn't have enough air in it. You over whip it, it jumps, but then it won't hold up because it dissipates too quickly. Now it's a little softer mix, so he doesn't want to break all the air out of the egg whites. Question out there, and again, there's personal preferences, but I don't usually chill my panade because it softens it. Because what's in there? Fat. As the fat is cold, it hardens. So it makes it a little more difficult to get that blending of everything in there. So that's why I always pull that out a little bit sooner. And I should be a little more impartial about my opinions here, but there. Okay, 11:02. His timing is such that he's going to get these into the cups, his souffle cups, and he left a little bit of that egg white sitting there before he could fold it in full at the last minute. And then he'll be going into his casseroles. He may have a 20-minute window, 20-minute cook time, 18-minute cook time, 22-minute cook time. I'm not sure which one it is. And then he'll get them into the oven. So again, his window opens in 26 minutes. All right, the last minute thing is that she's working on now is she's lightly crusting the butter molds for his souffle. Just a little touch of flour, turning it around, dusting, make sure just a little bit of flour to coat there on the inside, making sure that all excess is out because if it collects, again, forms a little bump, it slows that process of growth on the souffle, the jump on the souffle. Happening now is the apprentice is moving that dough into the batter into a piping bag so he can press that in and give it a nice even distribution for each one of them. So now you can see the chef has his casserole dishes that have the Dover sole fillets and a little butter and a little fumet. He will then, once he gets his souffles in the oven, he then has to work. He'll be working on that because the sous vide sauce is all ready to go. That's serviced with the souffle, and then at 11:30 on the spot, he should be servicing his souffles and then turning around and finishing up all that he needs. Now, what's the beauty of that is he's going to have some of that liquid from the sole going back into a sauce for a little last minute finish of flavor profiling, quick reduction, then liaisons, the sauce at the end, which is obviously taking little egg yolks and cream and finishing that off. Now, just think about the sauce normande that you're putting in there for the fish. He's got a essence of mussel, essence of mushrooms, fish stock, thickened with a little roux with the milk, and then finished with egg yolks and cream and strained. Those are step by step, last minute finishes for this particular sauce before he can begin to address coating the fish that he's perfectly poached. But he needed a little of that liquid to finish off the sauce. But see, now that's where the complexity of classical cuisine comes into play. Okay, there goes the souffle mix into the casserole or his little souffle cups, buttered and floured. Oh, last little bit. Got it. Okay, good. Okay, now they're equally set up proportion wise. Okay. Gosh, I hope he made an extra one for me. Again, make sure those edges. Yep, that's where they might collect. There you go. And away they go into the oven. There's a chef working on his demi sauce, tomato flavored with tarragon for his chicken. There it is. Okay. So now he's pouring that into his finished sauce server. Oh, so he's all set with that, portioned off, ready to go. It might have had a little stock to that, just to allow that to finish reducing. Because he's going to have about another 20 minutes before he even considers using that. So he's got time. I can see. He sees that little flat top back there. He's got 4 different items on there. So he's taken one little flat top, put it on one burner, so he's got 4 items that he's working on there. Now he's controlling his fish, because again, remember he's got to do a slight poach before he starts, because he's going to take some of the fumet from that to finish his sauce with. There's just checking his fish. And that was his kohlrabi there. He's all set, ready to go. Okay, in the oven go the souffles. Okay, set the timer, make sure the temperature's right, and voila. Okay, for the audience out there, we're going to give you the before and after. If we can get Chef Ford to move out of our way there. Thank you very much, Chef. That's okay. They are where they are right now. That's fine. He's doing the same thing. This is the beginning, and in about 12 minutes from now, we will see the finished product being served on plates, and that's exactly where he's at. In 12 minutes, we'll be serving. Now he's going back, obviously getting ready to get his Dariel's, this garnishes for the soup ready to go. Sauce is ready for this. And then you'll shortly see, I think they're already set up with plates. Or are they? Nope, not quite. Are they on the trays? Okay, could be. That's what he might. Yeah, right. See those two trays sitting on in front of the oven there? He's already got his plates for his souffles there. He'll just bring over his side of his sauce, take them right out of the oven, and put them right on the trays, and out they go. Now, think about that. You want to be able to have this process, this thought process, from start to all the way through the service. Looks like he's got this under control because he's got his obviously he see the casseroles that he poached his fish in. Oh, there they are, back in the oven. Should be seeing those once they start to heat up and get the penetration, the air movement pushing them up. We'll see a nice little jump on those souffles. And as I said before, on the left there, you got the casseroles with the fish, which have been just very lightly poached till they're just done. And you're going to be able to extract some of the fumet from that to help finish the sauce. Now it looks as though he's seasoning up the chicken a little bit here, getting that ready. And he's checking his. He's talking to this. He's talking to his apprentice, saying, "Okay, this is what we're going to do next when the souffles come out of the oven." So there's solid communication and no confusion. Smooth transfer from hot to service. So now the chef is putting his chicken into the pan so he can do his saute. Now this is where you're going to take the chicken breast, all the components, the bone out thigh, leg, winglets, and the breast will be sauteed all complete in one pan. So he's got his thighs and legs in there first, then he'll be introducing the breast shortly. And the point here is you get in this traditional dish, you get almost particularly a whole bird would have been served. It's what they call a la reine chicken, which was a small one, but in this case he's using a little bit larger, and here we'll then process and serve two chickens to feed 6 people, whereas in the old days they had much smaller chickens where they would get a whole chicken. Okay, we're about 7 minutes out from plate up. So, and again, looking very nice, very calm. Again, has his chicken going nicely. He won't even serve those for about another 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Yeah, very nice. Now again, he'll have to get the chicken going to a certain point because in the process, Scarfe always wanted you to take the chicken that you sauteed, the pan that you sauteed, and deglaze it. Oh, there we go. We're seeing a jump on our soufflés. And gosh, they still have another 7 minutes to go. Beautiful. See a nice little jump going there. Oh, this is getting exciting. All right, there we go. Pulling out a little bit of the. Oh, he still has time getting everything set up for that. Now he's got all of it, all the things ready for the souffle. Then he's finishing up right after that with his consommé, then for the Dover sole. So there's still a little. He's really doing well in his timetable, and time management. Last minute tasting. Ooh, yeah, that's good. These are going to be the sauce boats for the souffles, I would assume. Yes, I believe. we got all eyes on the oven now. Woo! Look at that. Look at that. He still has 3.5 minutes to go. And controlling the cooking on his chicken. Make sure that's all nicely, evenly browned and sauteed. No. Yeah, chef just put his Dariels in the oven just to because they're in some of the liquid, so they're just going to warm up there slightly for the garnish for the soup. And he's going to be patiently waiting. Still has a minute and a half before he has to put them on the thing, so he's in good shape. He's ready to go. Just has to do his sauce portioning out. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Now there's some excitement. He's good. Minute and a half still. Look at him. I got to walk away. I don't want to pull him out too soon. I'm sure that's what he's thinking. I still have another minute to go. There we. Oh, they are looking. Those. Maybe his last little taste on the sous sauce. And he's looking good. He's checking his watch. He's checking his clock. All right, this is how they're going to go out. Then they go. See, you have a sauce out there. There they go. There's your timer. Out of the oven they come. Boom. 1, 2, 3, and there you go. 4. Sauce. And away they go. Okay. Nicely done. Wow. Officially, his window has opened. He now has 30 minutes for his next 3 courses. Obviously, you know that his soup is 90% done. So let's see how these hold up while they're going out to. Ta-da! We got a big applause from the audience. Yeah. All right, they're excited. Okay, the consomme is all set. His Dariels are in the oven warming. His ploushes are in a little stock warming. I should say his cauliflower florets are warming. His ploushes are all set. Now we just have to get the station set up for the service of that, which has got time. Remember, pacing this towards where the customer would actually be consuming this and how the timetable for the consumption of these products is. Okay, here we go. We're putting the garnishes into the soup cups. Okay. Oh yeah, there they are. Beautiful. See, they're still cooking up nicely, slow cooking, browning. Oh, gorgeous. Very nice. So you see the timing on this, how critical it is. He come back from the soup. He'll do the flip. Boom. Finish cooking on one side. Finish serving the sole. This should be beautiful because then you take the chicken out, deglaze the pan. Looks like he's holding his timing in pretty tight here. Beautiful. Obviously now with the soup is gone. Oh, sorry, I lied. It's not quite gone. He just poured his consomme into his sauce gun, and he's portioning it out beautifully. There we go. Last minute thing. Ah, he's got everything in. Oh, a little chervil. Easy on the chervil now. Okay, two down, two to go. And with that, I'm going to take a quick 2 minute break and I'll be right back. What's the incorporation? Shouldn't affect too much texture of that sauce. So there's like three things now. They're little, but little things add up. And that's the only thing I right now I'd say that I had to. All right, two down, two to go. Working on the fish course next. And as I said, this is where the process of this, there's a lot of little complex things that are going on in here. Obviously, they took, after they filleted the bones, they took the bones and made a nice little fish stock. They used that fish stock to poach the Dover sole in, which would then create a fumet. You take that fumet, you're going to incorporate that into a nice little velouté that you made from the fish stock, lightly thickening that. To that, you're going to be adding the poached liquid that reduced and mushrooms essence into that with fish stock. Bring that all up to a simmer. Finish it with egg yolks and cream and strain it. And that'll be your sauce. That'll be going over the top of the fish and garnished with the poached mussels. Timing wise, he's in great shape. He's only 13 minutes into his 30-minute window, and he's in the process of plating up the course number 3. Give him more than ample time to finish up because he'll have to take his next course, the chicken, out. Then at that point in time, the chicken should be relatively finished. So he's going to pull it, hold it, and then deglaze the pan and finish off the sauce along with presenting the two vegetable items and his potato. It's another thing that becomes critical. You know, the fact that you poach a product and then when you present the sauce and then you want to nappe the product. By napping, you coat the entire exposed area of the poached product to help retain the moisture and the heat level of that product. Anytime you poach, comes into ambient air, it dries out very, very quick. Henceforth, how you handle those mussels. They should be in a nice reduced sauce to the point where the protein creates a clinging glaze to it. You are now protecting them as well. Okay, a little bit of wipe and we're ready to roll, I think, here. Yeah. All right, now we're in the final run. Fish is out, the last course. Giving you a blow-by-blow descriptor of what happens here. So watch, and we will see if he follows that format. Saute. Boom. Deglaze the pan, shallots, mushrooms, a little bit of wine, reduce. Then we have a little tomato fondue with a demi-glace sauce with the addition of chervil, tarragon, simmered. And then you have to take the reduction from the pan sauce, fold that in at the last minute. Voila, you have chasseur, sauce chasseur. Okay, he's got a little about 11 minutes for this to finish this particular dish up, which he should be in adequate time, more than adequate time. All right, there's kind of like cleaning out his pans from his one chicken, or yeah, there goes. There's his. That's his pan from his chicken. Is that correct? Yep. Ah, those are his. Oh, his mushrooms there. Mushrooms. Oh. Wow, wow. Okay, holding his chicken in the oven just for a finish run while he deglazes the pan, gets the sauce finished up. Now, as soon as Chef Gio finishes up and it goes out to the judges, I'm going to go on a quick break to go back and see if I can sneak a peek at to where the judges are to let us know how he did as soon as possible. So if you see me leave, hang tight because we're going to give you the results in moments after he finishes. Oh, okay. So you saw earlier when the chef was doing the tomato product, that's in there now. He's going to let that cook down, let then allow for the development of the tomato flavor demi-glace. As you saw a little earlier, he had already put the brandy in the pan. It's now allowed that to reduce as an important element to this particular sauce. Okay, we're getting, well, we still have about 7 minutes before the end of the window, but he has right up to that last second. And looks like the chicken's coming out because he heated it up again nicely. So now he's going to, now remember, he has to do 2 plated and the rest of it set up for Russian service on a platter. 7 minutes to go. Yeah, so less than 7 minutes. All right. Well, he is setting up his vegetables up for his. Oh, I am doing the plate at the same time. The individuals will be set up at the same time he's doing for Russian service. There he's placing the braised kale on the platter, and that'll be coming over to be portioned out for the. Well, he already has it on the individual. It's already put on the platter. He has the other 2 sides, like his kohlrabi, that will be separately plattered or bowled for a service for Russian service. All right, for the individual components, he has to eat service portion of the breast, a winglet, and a piece of the dark side of the thigh or the leg to make it a complete presentation of the chicken that he's going to be serving on the Russian platter on the individual plate as well. It's got about 2.5 minutes. Okay, he's brought his sauce over that he'd been reducing. Then once he deglazed the pans, there we go. We have the 2 individual plates ready to go. 1, 2. Now in the platter, is he going to sauce it or is he going to add the sauce on the side? Let's see what he does here. Apparently he's going to sauce it right there. All right, the plates have already gone out to the judges. Last minute touches on the platter. And I believe, voila, with 38 seconds to go, he's finally done it. Great job. All right. All right now. Wow, I need a breath. I need a breath. So I'm going to be right back as soon as I can to find out where we are in this according to the judges. And in the meantime, stay tuned. We got some messages coming your way. I'll be right back. Thank you.
Nestled on the beautiful campus of Schoolcraft College, the newly renovated Vista Tech Center has all the latest amenities to make your next event a success. Highlighting the new space is the Collaborative Learning Studio, a state-of-the-art demonstration kitchen available to rent. This space allows for a flexible and unique environment for your next event. If you're hungry while you're here, there's always something to eat. Visit the American Harvest Restaurant, staffed by our culinary arts students, or the brand new Craft Grill, featuring our award-winning craft beers and signature menu. Looking for a quick bite? Check out the Main Street Cafe, offering plenty of grab-and-go culinary creations. Schedule a tour today and see how the Vista Tech Center can take your next event from ordinary to extraordinary.
What's it take to run my kitchen? Let me check this out.
Hey, what's up, Chef?
Hey, what's going on? We good? Yes, sir. All right, let's go. Bring it. Yes, sir. Food's huge for sure, but
Long ground beef, chef.
order. I got you. You gotta make it that easy to order too.
I want beauties like that every single time.
What I'm talking about.
One sucks, we all suck.
I don't suck.
Oh man, I love you, baby. Order's in. 2 chicken, 2 ribeye, 1 mid, 1 well.
Yes, sir. Behind. Behind. Yeah. I got you.
Menu check, chef. On the left.
Oh.
My left.
I got it.
Bob, it isn't my favorite sales rep. Yep, I see his pretty face right now. What's up, Pete? We got everything?
Yes, chef. Got everything right here.
On time as usual.
Absolutely. All right. See you next time, chef.
What's it take to run my kitchen? U.S. Foods. We good? Yes, sir. All right, let's go.
Looking for a new hangout spot? Check out Schoolcraft College's Craft Grill, featuring award-winning craft beer created by Schoolcraft's brewing and distillation technology students. The Craft Grill is a great place to watch a game with a cold drink. The grill features a unique menu of dishes, including signature burgers, wings, pizza, and more. It's the perfect spot to spend an evening chatting with friends and enjoying some of the best culinary offerings. No reservations required. The Craft Grill is open for lunch and dinner and is located inside the Vista Tech Center next to the American Harvest Restaurant, right here on the campus of Schoolcraft College. Stop in. There's a table and a brew waiting for you.
Check 1, 2.
For 45 years, the American Culinary Federation has been certifying cooks and chefs in the industry. But it wasn't until 1981 that the first chefs took on the challenge of the ACF Certified Master Chef Exam, known as the most challenging culinary exam in the world. Byron Brady, Milos Chihilka, Anton Flory, Dieter Kissling, and Richard Schneider set the bar as the first of the very few to pass the exam and achieve the Certified Master Chef distinction. The driving force behind the exam development was Chef Ferdinand Metz. His distinguished career in the food service industry started at the age of 15.
Master Chef program is important to every ACF member, number one. Number two, it's very important to me personally since it was developed under my administration, and I personally was very much involved in setting up the program to be better than anything in Europe, and that was the key. There's the self-satisfaction of having proven to yourself and to everybody else that you have reached the level of a master chef.
The CMC exam is designed to test the knowledge of a chef that has been working at the peak of their career for at least 10 years. The first exam in 1981 was 10 days in length. Through the years, the exam has evolved. The CMC now reflects the needs of today's kitchens.
The Certified Master Chef exam that's administered by the American Culinary Federation is the pinnacle for any professional chef looking to become certified in the United States that is recognized worldwide. So as a certified master chef, what you gain from this, the network you get through doing this to employment opportunities, not only within the US, but throughout the world, is just endless. It's up to you to take the challenge and to move yourself forward to become a certified master chef of the American Culinary Federation.
Every one of these people learns something from the experience, learn an awful lot. What to do, what not to do, how to do it. So I think sometimes you can say the journey is almost as important as the end result.
The American Master Chef's Order is a guild made up of the highest level of certified chef in the United States. This certification is only earned after successfully completing a rigorous 8-day test, which tests craft mastery in all aspects of cuisine, business, and mentorship. Our mission is to improve quality of life through the power of food, while working to promote, sustain, and perfect our craft, constantly evolving to meet the ever-changing needs of our industry.
Just drive, will, hunger. It's a concentrated learning that no one can take away from you. You own it and it's yours. It makes you have more of a great appreciation for cookery.
A master chef is somebody who has perfected their craft but continually learns.
It's humble.
Fundamentals is forever a student. Mentorship is willing to help other people. They're an open book to anybody in the industry.
Like any other master of a trade, if it were construction, you might need to drywall. At a very high level, you might also have to do framing, door installation, electricity, these kinds of things. So I look at the master chef in that same way. As chefs, we need to be proficient, well above average level.
A relevancy, how to be relevant and how to keep up with what's going on today.
The certified master chefs who make up the American Master Chef's Order are behind the largest names in food in all facets of the industry. The cutting-edge technologies, processes, and systems, education, training, and networking. We represent the pinnacle of the culinary craft in America.
That's needed today, and that's what I think that is forgotten. You'll be relevant forever if you fundamentally are sound. You'll never go hungry.
Master of fundamental skills and constantly polishing and pushing yourself to better perfect the craft of those fundamental skills, but also a mastery of organization.
The maturity, the experience, the skills, the passion for food. And I think that's part of what shapes a person for the future.
Because I believe that if we join forces to continue to push for excellence and continue to push for true fundamental mastery, then we will be able to continue to shake off what people are believing is going to become a lost art.
Let's work together to strategically build the industry of tomorrow.
Certifications can help culinarians in many ways. One, it helps them to refine their skill set, helps them to validate what they know and have achieved, and it'll help them validate what they can do in industry to help seek out jobs. It's a path to help set a guideline for that continued growth throughout their professional career.
I was able to get better jobs through certification, and people see that you have dedication to your craft and that you continually educate yourself. You seem to get more people interested in wanting you in their kitchen.
Certification has impacted my career in many wonderful ways. It's helped me determine where I stand amongst my colleagues. It's opened up doors of support amongst the chef community, but most importantly, it's provided me with avenues for continued education and continued growth.
Well, there have been a lot of successes and there have been a few failures in practical exams. Some of the successes are you see someone that's so anxious and young and they go and they hit it out of the park because they followed the whole guidelines. They've read everything they were supposed to read. They practiced 5 to 6, 7 times and they come in and they're just organized and ready to go. Some of the failures are just the exact opposite. They walk in and they're just not ready. They become successes in the long run because if they don't do well that day, one of our major goals as practical examiners and evaluators is to get them back and give them some tools to get them back in for the next exam. And eventually they come back in there and they pass their exam.
Some practical exam successes would be first seeking out a mentor, understanding what you're testing for, reading the manual, practicing, knowing your certification practical exam site, checking it out, knowing where to park, knowing how to load, how to unload, how to clean up at the end of the exam. Those are all good things that should make a candidate successful.
We see successes and we see failures. And the people who don't make it typically do not have the skills. And it's always the basics. Sanitation. If that's not a standard where you work and you're continually working in an unclean manner, you're going to bring that to the exam. And I can pretty much guarantee you'll fail. It's important for a cook, a chef, a baker, a pastry chef to value your daily experience repetition, doing over and over and over quality work, but doing it in a way that does not discount the fundamental principles of cooking.
Find yourself a mentor. When you're getting ready to take that practical exam, you need to find someone that you can work with, talk with, troubleshoot, bounce questions off of, and even practice, knowing exactly what you need to do that day and the standards that are set by the American Culinary Federation.
Your plates will be evaluated by 3 trained evaluators. You will be provided critique and review of what went great and what might need a little bit of improvement. The plates will be tasted, and then you'll be expected to clean up your station, leave it nice and sanitary.
To prepare for the practical, I have a very strong personal belief in how to do that, and you do that in acting every single day. You commit to a philosophy, you commit to a style, you commit to excellence and working to improve every single day. But it's not something you turn on and off. It's not, I'm gonna come in and cook this way just for the practical exam, and I'm gonna do this in my kitchen that's lazy or not accurate or not to standard. So in my mind, it's a commitment daily to a high level of excellence and standard to the craft of cooking. That's how an individual should approach the journey and continue to go forward with that.
Over the past 15 years, I've seen certification make a lot of strides, and I'm very proud of certification today. And I just wish we could get more young kids and midlife chefs interested in coming in and getting a certification. I think it's one of the most valuable things out there.
Well, I want to welcome everybody back to showcase the finale of the 2026 Certified Chefs Exam. And yes, we are honored to say we have 2 of our candidates who have successfully completed this arduous test. It has been a delight to watch both of you work, and it really, without a doubt, in this particular part of the ceremony is the donning of the pins, the CMC pins. So Chef, Certified Master Chef Gerald Ford, we're first going to pin Chef Louise Young from, where are you from, Chef?
And River Club.
Thank you, Chef. Chef Ford, would you like to do the honors of playing?
Let me see that for a second. On behalf, can you hear me? Can you hear me okay? On behalf of the American Master Chefs Order and the American Culinary Federation, it brings me tremendous pleasure to congratulate you on becoming a certified Master Chef.
Thank you, Chef, very much. And then we also have Chef Gio Linez. Now, Chef Gio wasn't satisfied with just doing this in 5. He wanted to do it in 6, to one-upmanship on this. So congratulations, Chef Gio.
Welcome to the American Master Chef's Orders. Master Chef Young, Master Chef Linez. May the rest of your career be as fruitful.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. And there you have it, folks. Thank you very much. Any comments before you go, or are you good?
Thank you. I just want to I just want to say thank you to my family, my friends, my wife, the Patterson Club, my two sous chefs, Michael Shannon, Chef Opalenik, a ton of people, Chef Leonardi, master chefs that have helped me throughout this whole process. It was a really tough week being sick and just going through so much, but we did it, and I'm so happy we did. So thank you, everyone. Thank you.
So I bring 2026 to a conclusion. I can't thank all of the support that was given by number 1, AMCO, number 2, ACF, and a special thanks to Schoolcraft College and all of the faculty and staff here, as well as the students who every day supported this process. So thank you one and all, and thank you for being here. See you at the next test.